Okay. Oh, I think this is working now. Let me just check real quick. Okay, I believe that is all working. Ugh. Spent 2 hours, just about, fighting my technology. That was fun. I ended up having to reinstall all of my cameras because it was not recognizing their IPs or whatever. So I just deleted them all and put them back in new. And that seems to work. Ah, okay. So my plan for today is to start with some some of my bats. So I'm going to be starting with the bats I was working on yesterday off stream. When I get them all sewn together to the point where I need to then hand sew them, I'm going to leave them for the day. And then my second plan is this little lamb goat dude here. I'm going to be making this guy, hopefully, using my Cult of the Lamb pattern to make a goat for Cult of the Goat. Um, I picked up some black fur. I know the goat is supposed to be a really, really dark gray, but I found some really nice black fur that's kind of short and kind of just fun. And so I want to give this a try to see if I can make the goat out of it. So I'm going to make a black goat using my lamb pattern with just a couple of changes. It's going to need new ears. It's going to need new embroidery file for the eyes and the face. Going to need new horns, and then I have to figure out if I'm going to put a tuft on top of its head or if I'm going to just use the fuzziness of the fur instead of putting a face on it. It would save me a little bit of sewing time if I didn't put like because the lamb's got the puff on its head. If I don't put the puff on the goat and I just rely on the fur being fuzzy, then I don't have to do that extra hand sewing step. My pokey tool there. Pins come over here. So I'm going to kind of play around with that idea. Luckily, that fur would be like the last step, so I kind of have a little bit of time. Oh, but I'm not going to put the fur on it, like the puff of fur. Then I might want to do like just an indication of the fur because the lamb's got this little like W shape going, or the goat has got this little like W shape of its fur going down over its face. If I don't do that as a tuft on top of its face, maybe I should like cut that into the face embroidery so that there's a W like not embroidered in. Ah, bad words, but okay, I'm gonna have to think about that. Luckily, I have time because these bats are gonna take me quite a while. I started these yesterday, making 7 of the same bats. So I'm just kind of putting them all together and stitching them up. and then I won't stuff them. I'm not planning on stuffing any of the things I'm making right now until after somebody buys them or I'm ready to like put them in a market or a craft fair somewhere. That way they will be flat, easier to store. Oh, I'm sewing these on, but I didn't actually put the V in them. Okay, I should go sew the V's up and then I'll come back. Once I have these V's, it'll be easier to sew up these V's uh before I sew them onto the faces. Because I can just fold it in half without worrying about the face being in the way. Slow you down. Quarter stitch. Okay. I pinned 2 on. I'm gonna just sew those 2 afterward. But these 5 will at least be sewn properly. Three. Four and five. 5 of my 7 bats. Okay. Now I can stitch these guys in place. This is another one of those fabrics that I probably should have drawn on it with a silver permanent marker, because it is so hard to see the lines I drew in black on it now. Oh, I need to make a note. Okay. I was hoping to start streaming at like 11 today. but seriously just spent like 2 hours fighting with my camera, so that was cool. Ouch. Five, six, seven. This is technically one of my Halloween bats. Uh, it has like the stars and everything on it, but this was a Halloween designed fabric, and uh, it also glows in the dark, which I thought was kind of cool. Um, so while I have a lot of galaxy bats, this is technically a Halloween galaxy bat, and I had originally just made it for Halloween, but I'm at the point where like I've been applying to a whole bunch of different conventions and craft markets to hopefully go to one each month, which means I'm going to need to have a lot of things in stock. So if I can just make up a bunch of these bats and then like finish them right before the events, I can store them flat, unstuffed, and then I'll be able to stuff them up before I go so I can just have things in stock. So to that end, I'm starting with everything that is galaxy-esque themed because those are the most popular bats. And I'm picking this one just because this one was the most popular of the Halloween bats, probably because it was galaxy and not Halloween themed. The second best selling of the bats were the Pride bats. So after I finish up all the galaxy ones, I'm going to then stitch up a bunch of my rainbow bats just to have them all in stock. I also got some like character cottons from Joann's as they're closing. So I have some Batman fabric for Batman bats, and I have uh Grogu or whoever the name is of the little Yoda child that I can make little green bats out of. And I was thinking that would be kind of cute because like he's got the green skin, little green bats with the big ears and everything. Um but those ones I cannot sell at the local market where I'm currently selling most of my stuff. They don't let any character cottons or anything that has licensing on it into their store, just for avoiding copyright issues all wholesale. So I can't make the character cotton bats for general. I'm selling them constantly. It would have to be just like online or through craft markets and things that allow that material to be used. Okay, so the heads are sewn up. I'm gonna grab these guys. The other sides of the head still need their ears, so that I'm gonna take all of my 7 half heads over, got them there. And then I also need to sew up the bottoms of the bodies for the butts. So let me go bring those over as well. Okay. I'm going to start with the heads, I think, with the other 7 ears. I don't think I cut far enough down on that one. Just squish the ear in. It's good. It's good. Not reverse. Okay. I ran the little robot vacuum last night to try and get up all of the fluffs from these heads that I had made yesterday, and it uh knocked around my foot pedal like it was trying to sew. So everything I have not acted in the right place down there. Okay, there we go. And last of these ears. Okay, there's my 7 ears. I'm gonna do the other sides of the faces. Oof, and it's folded under. Okay, don't do that. Yeah. Oh, two of these, the back is not sewn down. I have to find out which are. I stitch them afterward. Okay, this one's also stitched. Ah, pin. That one's stitched. That one is. It's gonna be the very last two. I like literally saved the two of them for the end. Okay, I did that on purpose. Absolutely. Ugh, like that lump. I don't know what that lump was. It's not even close to the seam, like by the ear. Huh. Okay, well, I have to sew up the back now, which is going to be a little bit harder because now I've got the lump of all the body there, but that's okay. You have no thread. What'd you do with your thread? Why would you do that? Hello, Pick. I am making bats right now. Oh, baby bald eagles? Oh my goodness. The babies. That's amazing. Yes, please do. I want to see the baby birdies. How many babies are there? Like how big was that clutch? Well, it's because she's a good mom that she can sit on them. Two babies, one not hatched. Okay. Did that fold over weird? No, I just cut it weird. Okay, cool. Fascinating. Okay. The left side of this piece is slightly larger than the right side. Like I just didn't cut them square or something. Ah, ravens. Tell them to go away. They don't need baby eagles. They can go elsewhere. Although ravens themselves are really cool too. Yelling at the neighbors. Oh, good. They're very good parents. There's three. Eating the edge. Okay. Gotta be trophy. Ugh. I feel like I'm gonna get bored of making these bats really, really fast. Like, I've got 7 of the exact same bat. I think the most I've ever made together all at once before was 4 bats, 4 of the same kind. It'll be nice having a full collection of these guys, but oh my goodness, I am done with it. It's making me batty. Terrible pun. Terrible, terrible. Ah, okay. That's 7 bodies, 7 faces, and 7 half of a face. Okay. So these faces need to be pinned together. The tiny little feet need to go into the bodies. The bellies themselves are done. They're just waiting for the feet to be pinned to the bodies. Ooh, okay. Ow. Stab. Little feet. Little feet. Ow. Stab. once I get these bats done, then I'm gonna start on something kinda brand new. So, mm, well, depending on how far I get into the bats, I might call it quits early on. It's not like these were purchased or like anybody is specifically waiting on them. So, I don't need to have them done at any specific time. I'm just trying to build up a stock for when I eventually go to the craft fairs and conventions, having things that are kind of made and ready to go. So, yeah, once I am fed up with these bats, yeah, I'm gonna make the goat from Cult of the Lamb. So it's basically going to be the same pattern as the lamb that I make. It just needs slightly modified ears, which should be easy enough to do just because they're a flat piece there. And then it needs different horns, longer horns, but again, that's just going to be like two pieces sewn together in the shape of a horn, so it doesn't even need like me to pattern it really. And then the crown embroidery is just a different color. The cape embroidery is just a different color. I probably won't actually be making the cape today because I don't have a nice purple. I did get some white twill fabric, like what I use for the cape, that I can potentially dye. And I bought a piece of purple twill online that I have not actually seen in person, so I do not know what quality it's going to be. But that won't be arriving until like next week. So I've got those 2 options. And then, yeah, he's super fuzzy, so I'm actually gonna be using faux fur for him, just like a long fur. And, well, I've got black, not the super dark brown that he is. Um, but because he's not like the lamb, he doesn't have like the little puff ball on top of his head. I'm debating whether or not I need to make something for the top of his head because, like, in the game art, he's got like this little like W, like two little shapes that come down for over the front of his face. So I don't know if I want to do that like out of fur and then sew it onto him, or if I just want to, like, as part of the embroidery, like cut a V shape out of the gray face fabric. Um and then just kind of like have that be his fur. I think that's what the official plushie does, but I've only seen that once. So, and I didn't like specifically go looking it up because I don't want to like draw too much inspiration from it. But I think they just have like a little V shape cut into the top of the gray face embroidery, so that the fuzzy fur has that shape there. So I've got to debate whether or not I want to do that. I think what I'm going to do though is I'm going to sew up his body first before I do his face, and that shall give me a little indication on how difficult the faux fur is going to be to work with. Because if it's a pain in the ass, then I'm not going to want to make anything extra out of it that I have to. So I might just do the little V shape. If it is easy enough to work with, yeah, yeah, no extra dimensions to it. So, but if it's easy enough to work with, then I might add like the little extra fur tuft to the front of the face, kind of like the lamb has got the pluff, the pluff, the puff of Sherpa there. Um, but that will highly depend on how easy it is to work with. Yeah, I'm leaning towards like I want to make the bangs for it, like do that little tuft for the front of its face. Uh, but I also want to make it easy. So I gotta test the how easy it is to sew with the fur first. I don't generally do a lot of stuff with fur. Like, it's just not a fun fabric to sew with, but neither is Sherpa, and that's what I use for the lamb, just because it looks so much better than, like, Minky would be. So I have to just test out the fur. The fur itself is pretty nice. I hope it's easy to sew with. Heck is that song? I thought we were listening to Knucklebones. Oh, I don't know that one though. From the Ahaha. Fascinating. Okay. At some point, I'm actually going to create like a playlist for my stream instead of just picking ones that other people have made. But that requires work and sitting down and actually listening to things. So that's an eventual project, very low priority for me. Three faces down, four to go. stabbed. Okay. Ah, I forgot to sew up the back of that one. Ah. Okay. All fixed. Okay. Last of the faces. Then I think I'm gonna sew up the faces before I pin the bodies to the bellies, just because I get bored with pinning. I think I need an extra pin. A little bit stretchy. And just move that one down a bit. There we go. 3 pins inside instead of just the 2. Okay, got those guys. Okay. Hmm. Okay. There's my bat bits. I'm gonna take these guys over and whoop, throwing things on the ground. I'm actually going to transfer a bunch of my pins over to here. I need 7 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. There we go. Okay. Don't actually need my stabilizer for this side because I'm starting on the fabric. Don't stab the ear. Starting on the fabric. So it shouldn't jump anywhere. Come on. Ow. Okay. There's my little face, minus the eyes. A bad lump. That looks good. Two faces. Oop, little thread sticking through that one's seam. Where'd you go? There. Ah, two threads. Okay, all good now. Hopefully just those two. Three faces. That one's good. Four faces. Faces. That's. Whoops. There's another thread sticking through. Come from. There you are. Okay, all good. Okay, there's my faces. Nope, you got string sticking through too. Where'd that come from? Okay, there we go. I think that's some threads. Nice. Okay. These guys need eyes. assuming I can see where the eyes are supposed to be. I really should have used silver on this one instead of the black marker. It is a little difficult to see. When I was sewing the feet yesterday, I really couldn't see the line, so I ended up having to draw over all of them with a silver, I think I used a gold Sharpie, but a metallic Sharpie, uh, before I could even see the lines because I put it underneath the light of my sewing machine and I just could not see where the black was supposed to be on this fabric. Okay. Eyeball holes. Now I need the eyeballs. Oop, that one still has a little bit extra screw on it there, so I can't use that one quite yet. Eyeballs. Okay, let me get my tools. There we go. Screw removed. Oop. Missed the hole completely on that one. Hey, come on. Mr. Eyeball. Mr. Eyeball. Okay. Ow. I think I am going to sew up the bottom of these bats' heads, but I'm not going to work on the bodies today. I'm going to just set them aside for maybe tomorrow. I'm just not feeling the bats today. And I don't really have any other pressing plushies that need to be finished for like orders. Not feeling your hands all over them. Thank you, Pick. Yes, I am feeling them. They're very soft and fluffy. They're also getting Crayola ink all over my fingers. So just from the insides lines that I drew, I'm already turning gray. Eyeball. Okay, there we go. There's everybody's eyeballs. Yeah, I'm gonna just sew up the faces just so that they're done. I can toss them into my bucket of things that need to be hand sewn. But I'm not gonna do the bellies or anything with them today. I'll leave that for tomorrow. I don't think there's any way to show this on stream, but the white parts of the wings, they actually glow in the dark. So this is a glow in the dark nighttime Halloween bat actually. So I think I'm gonna just work on them tomorrow. I will finish up the faces just because they're mostly done as is. But I'll leave the bodies all for tomorrow. Ouch. Ow. No stabs. Oh, is that cheap followers? Root Nesna bots? I'm not sure what those are. Ah, this one's face got folded over. Okay, I'm gonna have to resew that guy. Oh, no. Well, that's annoying. Right? Okay, this guy's little nose folded over underneath those stitches. So I'm gonna just pull them out, unfold his nose, resew that line. I don't know how he folded there. That was an end stitch too, so it must have folded over like and then gone through the machine without flattening itself back out. Oh no, it's okay. Nose fixed. Okay. Stitch these up, and then I'm gonna move on to the goat. Oh no, Dad! Ah, he's trying his best. He has such high expectations for his little babies. I mean, that meat's great for him. He can eat it no problem. Why won't they? Is he a first time dad? Is this their first clutch? There was a state park really close to where I lived growing up, and there was a bald eagle nest that they built it on top of a I think it was a telephone pole. It was just a very narrow pole. They built a nest up there, and I think it was the second or third year the nest actually fell down because they did not have support underneath it. So the state park actually went and built a platform underneath their nest and have been reinforcing it every year since, just to keep it nice and stable, because they just built the worst possible like place. There was no support for their nest. It was like very narrow pole that they built on top of. Kind of hard to see those birds. Like they don't have a camera on them because it's just kind of like a pole in the middle of a forest area. But when you're driving on the highway past there, you can see like the nest there. So everybody who like drives past, any passengers, like immediately look out the window and it's like, do you see any faces sticking up? And it's like, oh my gosh, there they are, they're in there. It's just kind of fun. Yeah, as far as I know, that nest is still there, and it's been there since 2010, I want to say 10 or 11, something like that. I think they started building it when I was just about graduating from college, so that would have been around 2011. I haven't been back home to see the nest in the past couple of years, so maybe they're gone, maybe they're no longer there, but like, yeah, it was for so long, and the local news would always have like the eagle watch nest or watch alerts on the local news, just to let people know, like, oh yeah, they're there. The mom is sitting on the clutch and things like that. And it was just, it was fun. Okay, I am done with bats for today. I am just not doing anything more with bats. Don't want them. The heads, at least, are going to go in the bucket of finished things, and then I will work on the bodies tomorrow. Let me just stuff these in here underneath my dino nuggets. We're good there. Okay. Done trying to feed them. Now it's time to squish them. Perfect. Ow! Stabbed. My gosh. Okay, I need to put these guys somewhere that I'm not going to continue stabbing myself. Go with the rest of my bats. Oh, I do have, so this like teal and blue or teal and black fabric is like my most popular space bat. It's got like silver stars and everything in it. They have like some sparkle to them. Uh, I needed the Minky for this one because I used up the last of the Minky. I got it this past weekend. I was able to get it. We went to house sit and help out friends with moving some stuff around, and on our way back, we stopped at a quilt store that sells Minky. They have the dark sea color I need for this. So this is probably another 7 or 8 bats that I'm going to cut out, and that'll be the next set of way too many bats that I work on all at once. So that'll be maybe sometime next week. Not doing them today or this week. Today is the goat. Hopefully, hopefully finishing up. Actually, I'm not gonna be sewing anything for a little bit. Well, maybe I will. Well, we'll see how the goat works out. The the goat today. Hopefully, I finish most, if not all, of the goat itself today. Tomorrow is going to be, I think, more of the kitties and working on. I need to redo Lan's hair. So this guy here that I was working on, he needs a new back to his hair with better wiggles. So I'm going to go through and redo those wiggles and make his hair in white, because I also need to put in a whole bunch of little, like, where embroidery stars are going to go in his hair. And I can't really draw that on the brown. So now that I have the basic shape of his hair, I'm going to finish it up in white so that I have a pattern. And then I'm going to be able to draw on it and then pull it apart for the final pattern. So that's, uh, I think tomorrow's goal will be a couple of the round little cats and then also Lan's hair. Those out. And there is my Cult of the Lamb pattern. Lamb cultist. Here we go. Okay. Whoops. Throw my pattern pieces everywhere. That's cool. Okay. I have a lot with this lamb. This is also probably a good time to go through and uh, organize my pattern. See what I actually need and what I don't need. Let me see. That's my little lamb drawing I put on the cards that get sent to the people who buy them. That's my cape. So I had somebody who actually asked if I could make a lamb with a custom cape. One of the different ones, the what's it called? Favors Fervor, I think. Fervor, the Fervor pink cape, which has a different, like, curve to the bottom. It's not these jagged edges. So I might actually be another pattern for that. Although I won't actually make that cape until the person actually buys it, which they said might be in a few months. So I have well enough time before I do that. That cape is going to be the same shape for the goat, though, just in purple. Let's see. That's my what fabric I need. Crown base, crown horn, ear, another ear, the crown again. That was my secondary ear. So this is my normal ear for the lamb. This is the one that pointed downward. And basically, it just folded like that. So it had like top edge there, and then it had the fold over there. I have to figure out what I'm doing for the goat's ear because that one needs to be fully patterned. That's my summoning circle. That also is when I pack up the lambs to mail to people. I draw the summoning circle across the top of the box flaps, so as you open it up, like, the lamb is inside the summoning circle. And I've gotten several comments on Etsy that people really like that. So it makes me happy just doing something that people are delighted by. Leg up, that's more. Those are just my note cards. Yeah, so there's the fluff that goes on top of the lamb's head. But I don't know if I want that, like the V shape bangs, or not. It'll depend on how nasty that fabric is. Another leg. That's a third leg. There's the arms, another ear. That's a base of the, this is the base of the horn. That's the base of the foot. That's the base of the crown. There's the arm and base of the foot again, and the body. Okay, so I won't need the fluff. I don't even think I need that one anymore. I think this is the older pattern piece. Get rid of that one. The arm, I only need those two. Oh, but I will need the arm for the goat. But I don't, I need to keep the seam allowance one, but I don't need it because I'm going to be sewing around the line that I draw. That's for if I just need to make sure it fits on a piece of fabric. This is the horn that I use, I believe. And I'm not really making the base anymore. Keep the base anyways. No, but I am going to trace it. I don't put the base on the horns anymore because I realized that like it just takes up extra time and it doesn't really hold them. Like the reason I would put the base on the horn originally was hold it to the round shape before line you up there. Before I would sew it onto the head and then the base would be completely hidden underneath the stitches. But I realized like it's so small I'm able to hold it in place. I don't really need it to be sewn onto the base first. But just in case I need it ever again, because I've already figured out the size of it. There you go, horn base, cut online. Now I have the drawing of it, so if I need to, I can trace it and cut it out later. That's the same shape and size there, so I only need one crown base. The crown itself, I only need that one. I haven't put that onto cardstock though, so that is just plain old paper, very flimsy. So I'll need to put that onto cardstock at some point. This is the same body, but this one I've actually put my dart markings into. I need the body, but I don't need this pattern piece. I think I'm going to keep both of these, the front and the back. Okay, just pile those there for now. I'm going to keep both of those. I don't need this crown. That's the size for the embroidery fabric. These are both the same. I keep that one because it's harder cardstock. Same with this ear. I'm going to keep both of those pieces. What was this one? Was this? That ear does not have seam allowance. So this is a pointed ear, lamb ear. Pointed lamb ear, no seam allowance. And then these guys. The leg. No, seam allowance. No. Okay. So for the goats, I'm not making the cape right now. I don't need the embroidery face until after I figure out how I'm going to be doing it, and then I'll print one out for the goat itself. That will be the back of the head. I have to embroider the face before I do that. I do need legs. I don't need any ears. That's the foot for the leg. I need an arm. Yeah, there we go. I can't escape the bats. This is my curse. Always the bats. Okay, I don't need the horn, don't need the arm with seam allowance, don't need the lamb ears, don't need the leg with seam allowance, don't need the measurements. Okay. I guess technically I don't need this one right now either. And I can put the lamb bat away because I don't need that one. Batter Moose Studio, no. Welcome to my stream where I do nothing but bats all day, every day. Just bats. Okay, so there's my sewing pattern for the lamb. For working on the body first, just to see how the fur works. This I'm going to make out of there, the fur. I could make the back of the face because that's going to be the same either way. I can pull the hair out of my mouth. Ugh. Uh, the legs and arms are in gray. Do I have any of them pre-made? Where is my lamb bucket? Let's see. I don't have any pre-made crowns. I have ears. That's good. Oh, I do. I have arms and legs. Yes. Okay, that's one less thing to make then. Okay, so I've got 2 arms. Perfect. I am using the same gray for the goat and the lamb face. I just think that that would be good. I don't know if I didn't like color dropper the sprites of the lamb and the goat, so I don't know if they're actually the same color. But in terms of gray, I don't have that many choices. So I could make him like very, very light colored gray, or I could make him like a brownish gray, like a very warm gray instead of like a neutral cool gray. Um, I only need 2 feet. And I don't think the brown gray would work really well with the black uh fur that I'm going to be using for the goat. So there's my legs. Perfect. So I don't need these guys. Put those parent pieces away. I guess the crown I can embroider today because it's just purple. No, because I want the purple eye to match the cape. So I can't actually make okay, I can make a half of a lamb today. I can make like the very basics of of not a lamb, a goat. The very basics of a goat. Okay. Let's see. I already have face fabric cut out, but do I want to use that same one or hmm. Okay. I'll have arms, but I'm gonna put that bag back because I will remake some. Well, if I am going to go to different fan conventions, I'm going to be bringing lambs with me. So I will have a couple of them made before. Oh, when is my first convention? I don't remember. I have a Mother's Day event, I think, in May. I think, well, I know I have a Mother's Day event. I think it's May. I don't remember when Mother's Day is. What kind of batter? My bats. I can't escape from the bat. There's my arms. Tried to make a lamb, and even the lamb turned into a bat. Okay. Lamb cape. Lamb face. Bat. I cannot escape the bat. I already gave up on making the bats that I was working on today because I just wasn't feeling it. Out of the bat. Is there a bat for followers? I know they added some more since I last watched somebody streaming. But I don't know. Is there a bat follower? And what if they did that, what would they do? Just put the wings on the side of the face? Because I love the way that the faces don't actually work for any of the followers. They just kind of have a smile plastered on the side view of the faces for some of them. No, the bats shouldn't be enemies. They should be followers. I mean, they have the spider followers too, don't they? Even though those are enemies? Or is that just when you recruit the mini bosses, they stay the spiders? Okay, I need my black fur, which I need space on my table. Oh, it's shedding fur already. Yay. Behold, a goat. Oh, my camera doesn't pick that up at all, does it? That is just a void. Well, okay. It's a very nice black fur. Let's see, which way does it brush? Where's the edges of this thing? Oh my goodness. It stretches this way. It brushes down this way. Okay. This is my bottom edge. Hmm. Giant fuzzy void. Yeah. Let me fidget with my Nope, it's just gonna remain a void. Cool. Okay, they did cut straight through it when I bought it, so I'm gonna move it up just a little bit from the edge so that I don't get any of the cut off bits. And Sharpie. Old Sharpie, maybe? How much do you bleed through? Not too much bleed through. Okay. Well, you are also a brand new marker. So I don't want you because you will bleed a lot more. Try my bronze marker. You've been used a bit. You're a little bit duller. Okay, they actually traced out pretty well. I don't know if it's visible at all. Very, very little bit. Okay. Ooh, I should be recording my time on this. More or less. Oh, I didn't put the dot there. Okay. That's going to be my body. Smells like Sharpie in here. Lovely. I can at least do the back of the head. I'm going to have to cut a slightly larger piece for the embroidery. And then once I do the embroidery, I'm going to have to like try and figure out how to hold all the fur out of the way of the embroidery. So that's going to be fun. Okay, back of the head and 2 body bits. I need my tiny scissors. Ooh, that edge is gonna fall apart. Okay. This is gonna be not fun to sew with. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Not cut. Ugh. Okay, so this is gonna be not fun fur to work with. If I make these goats, I might have to get a different kind of fur just because this is like really falling apart. Or I'll have to do something where I go through and I like glue the edges before I cut anything, so it'll be a multi-day process to actually cut things out. Well, we're gonna go for it for today. Let's see what happens. Ugh. And I get some companies online will allow you to buy samples, um, but not all of them. What you can do from the ones that don't have samples though is like buy a quarter yard of fabric, which is just like a piece that's like usually like 18 by 30 ish. So it's small enough for like one project, but it's not like a sample, which is usually like 5 by 5 or smaller, just so you can see what it looks like and you can see what the edges are. Um, you have to buy the full quarter yard, but yeah, there is a very good uh fabric like fur supplier online that I know of. It's actually one of the places I get my minky as well. I'm pretty sure that they were like the reason they exist is for fursuiters. Um, so like they kind of cater towards fabric that would be used in a fursuit. They've got lots of faux furs and very soft, squishy fabrics. Ooh, don't do that. So I could look there. They also do like videos of the people like touching the fabric and moving around and stretching it so you can actually see what it looks like that way. The only thing you really miss out on is color that way. But if I'm just looking for like the darkest gray or black possible, um, I think that would be okay looking for at least this guy, but, eh, we'll see. That would also depend on, do people want to buy the goat? So if nobody's gonna buy the goat, then I'm not gonna make the goat. Okay, there's the back of the head, here's the body. I did not cut the little holes for the legs quite yet, because if this fabric is going to be like the edge of the, not that you're gonna be able to see because this is just a void. The top edge of this is already like fraying and pulling apart just because I stretched it lightly. And I don't want that to happen around the nice small little leg areas. So nope, nobody has purchased this goat. I am making this purely because I found the cool fur and I wanted to make a goat out of the fur. That's purely why this is happening. No one's bought this goat from me. So I'm going to leave the little leg holes closed until after I stitch it all together and I'm ready to put the legs on, just so that hopefully those leg holes don't stretch and warp like the top edge did. Goated. Let me see. I need my little clips. This fabric purchase was entirely an impulse buy. I had gone to Joann Fabrics to see what they were selling for cheap, and found this fur and went like, "Oh man, that could make a goat," and so I bought it. It was not on clearance sale or anything like that. I wanted a goat. Okay, so those two darts are clipped. I'm not going to cut these ones down to the dart either, but I'm going to give them a little snip down the middle. There's just little triangles in the corners of each side of the face to give it a little shape. So it's more of a boxy shape, not a round shape, or like a pillow, like flat puffed up shape. But I don't want to cut them on the lines either because this fabric is like so fraying around the edges. Yeah, this was pretty cheap fabric, which is probably why it's like falling apart all over the place. Where's my receipt from this? The full yard of the fabric cost me $15. So if I can turn this all into goats, I can make, I think it was 12 goats, or I can make 12 lambs per yard of fleece. So it would be a little over $1 of fur per goat if I can get the same amount out of it. High quality fur, like the stuff that like you can find for like fursuits and things like that. Um, that can be like 30-40 dollars a yard. So I don't really want to get that unless there is like no other option, or like that is the best option. I'm hoping this stuff works. If not, I'll find that out real fast. So I'm gonna go sew up those bits. Ah, also, the back has found every little like inconsistency or rough spot on my fingers. It's just like sticking to everything. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me file that nail down too. Okay. Do I want to use black thread? It would match, but if I have to pull it out, it's going to be almost impossible. Yeah, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna be able to pull this fabric apart anyways. If I start pulling on it, it will fray apart at the edges. So I think this is gonna be a case of there's no going back if I make a mistake. So I'll do black just so it matches. Oh gosh, I'm low on that. Okay, well now I'm gonna have to go up to. Oh wait, do I have a second spool of this? I think I have a second spool of my magenta. No, I don't. Darn, that is the wrong color. That is much more purple. Okay, well, I thought I had a second spool of the magenta for the bats. I don't. I guess I know what I'm getting on my next trip. Before they cease to exist. Okay. Stabilizer. Gonna do tiny stitches to hopefully hold the whole edge together. Fur out of the way. Don't eat it. Okay, well, the dart worked pretty well. I think I'm going to sew along that top edge just to kind of reinforce it so it doesn't fall apart any further. Let's see, did that help at all? Not really. Okay. Well, let's see. Other half of the body. What are you getting caught on? Don't like that. Don't do that. Get rid of all that extra fluff on it. Fluff everywhere. Oh my goodness. And then I'm going to leave the little leg hole open. I'm not going to stitch across them. All that fur inside its ass. Oh my goodness. I'm just tucking all of the edge fur to the inside of this because anything that is sticking out will get caught up in the seam and then end up on the inside of the plushie. So I want all the fuzziness to be outside, not inside. So I've got the arm spots that I'm going to leave unsewn, and I've got the little leg spots that I'm going to leave unsewn, and then the arms and legs are actually going to get stuck into them like afterwards. And I will hand stitch them in place. Okay. Let's see about connecting that body together. I think I went into the arm. Ugh. Because I can't see where the edges. I did. I went a little bit into it. Okay. Oh. Oops. Right. Ugh. This is a very difficult fur. Letting you out. Yes. Stop getting caught on things. Oh my god. Where are you caught on now? Ah, stop getting caught on things. You drop these. Why are you not dropping your? You should be dropping your. What are you not doing? Huh. Fascinating. You should be putting your teeth down, and you are not. Okay. No, you're still your teeth. Weird. Okay, so this fur is only mildly super annoying to sew with. Uh, a little bit worse than the Sherpa, but it looks good. Hopefully, it'll still look good once I stuff it. Oh my goodness. Possums everywhere. Get off. Go away. Go away. You're so fluffy. Okay, some of the fur got caught into the seam. That's right at the bottom, though. The side looks pretty good. More fur. Okay. For the darts on the face. That worked. Stop. And last one for the face, or the back of the face. Okay. So the back of the face worked out pretty well. The body looks okay. Okay. So I need the face now. Let me get rid of all that fluff, put it off to the side. Good. I've made a very fluffy man. Okay. So he needs a face. It's going to be based on the lamb's face. So I'm going to keep that same basic shape. But that is going to be a made on the computer thing. I'm pretty sure I can make it right in my embroidery program. I don't think I'm going to have to start with drawing the face first and then uh, making the embroidery file, because it's basically the same face and eyes. They just got moved around a little bit. Oops. Turn on the lights from my bunny rabbit because it's starting to get dark for him. Okay. So that was sewing up the body, 30 minutes ish. Okay. Embroidery. Open hatch. Well, for now, I can show the table while hatch is starting up slowly. Slowly. Very slowly. That is one very fuzzy boy. He be fuzzin'. Okay. Okay. So for the goat, I'm going to just use my neutral face. Just got the round circles I need. Got a little mouth. The goat's mouth, he's got like a little sad, angry face going on. His face is lower down than the lamb. You there? You were there. I need to put in little anger eyebrows too. For his mouth, I need to pull up a little rough. Lamb. Oh, So he's got a very like straight line mouth. Take a little bit of that curve out of there. Ooh, too much curve. Yeah, I'm gonna do that and slightly bigger, but oops. No. So it's about 3 millimeters wide. I think I am gonna make his mouth bigger, but then I'm gonna just make it 3 millimeters wide again. Centered it in his face. Centered. Pull up, but just three. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that for his mouth. He's a little bit grumpier. Little grumpy gills. He doesn't have like white and black parts of his eyes. There's no like his eyes are just all white, solid white. He has little anger eyebrows. A little open. Whoops, well that's just a straight line. Let's go satin stain. 4. Whatever I do here is going to get lost in the fur because he is just so furry. His fur is going to come down right here. So it's going to be like covering over his little eyebrows. Hmm. I think that looks right. Little anger eyebrow there. I'll make that in black too. And then copy paste it. Mirror it horizontal there. And then it to the other side of the center line. Oops. That just popped through. That little guy. Maybe that one's better. I don't want it to be 4.7, maybe 4. That, copy paste it, mirror it, and the other side of the face. Yeah, I like that. There's his little anger eyebrows. Yeah, little anger eyebrows there. And then he gets his weird goat pupils, which I think I'm going to draw first. So just an out run, I'm going to make a little circle. Duplicate that and move it over. Is to want to temporarily up to center point, which is not right here. It's actually on this line right there. So that's the center I'm working. Now these are centered. Create another line across from there. Add something like that shape. Flip it. It down. Whoa, where'd you go? No, don't do that. Down. There we go. Maybe that shape for his eye. I think that's maybe a little bit too much bend for that. Let me go back into here. I'm going to edit this one. I want to select all three of those. Try that. That's a little less curve to it. Bit to the opposite side of the line. Yeah. There he gets his weird goat pupils. They're weird, horizontal, good at looking at the horizon eyeballs. Where is the for the lamb? Oh, you're already open. Okay. Open you. How wide is it? Set and stitch. Oh, it's a fill. Oh, okay. Well, okay, so I can't actually figure out how wide it is. I put that. Okay. So that's the goat's eye, or the lamb's eye. Which is not too much different from what I was doing with the goat's eye. Okay. Although the animated shorts, his eyes are a lot more like a peach. Hmm. More together. Like that. Why does he have to have such weird little eyes? Well, let me trace that and see if it think no, what I did was close shape, outline, that and okay. I got that shape, fill with stitches, satin stitches, add stitch angles. I want this all to be oh, but it's too wide for those stitches. Ah, the split. Tummy underneath, stitch line. I'll do where's all my stitches underneath? Okay. I space them every one. Okay, so I'm adding a bunch in there. Hmm. I think that looks kind of like the animated version. Let me oh, click, click. Click. No, okay, I'm gonna go with that. I like that shape. Get rid of those eyes. So there's my goat eye. And oh, where'd all my objects go? Ah, well, save as. I save that as my goat file, and then because for some reason I got rid of all my little dude. What is going on here? This is not good. Do I have them back now? Am I allowed to see my stages? Thank you. Here. Hmm. I guess that would be a good face to try for now. I've got those little guys there. That's good. Huh. Do I like his eyeballs? So I've got this little picture up. I'm just trying to match the eyebrows, the eyes themselves. Whoa, don't freeze on me. Come on, Hatch. I'm trying to match the eyes themselves to that picture there. I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get on my first try. I do want to see what they like look like. So that guy away. I think that's what I'm gonna do with the face. If I don't do the little hair bits on here, basically what I'm gonna have to do with this face is reshape it so that there are bangs, I guess. Um, but I'm gonna try and do the bangs first, see how well they turn out, and then if that doesn't work, I'll come back and I'll just do like this little W shape to give it the bangs that way. Back. I don't know if I like even moving the face down. Like I might actually want to just move it back up where it was, where the lamb's face was. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. This would also be the exact same face shape as the lamb, so I don't have to change anything about my pattern if I use it like this. So that's a good thing. Let me. I do have export to my USB drive. We're gonna face save. Check if properly. It did indeed. Okay, so that is saved. I'm still not happy with these eyes though. I just feel like I could make this better. Oops, I missed. No. Oops. Oh gosh, don't do that. Pitching. So this left eye is more equivalent to what the lamb's eye looks like, but this right eye looks more like what's in like the animated shorts. Think no, I'm gonna go with the short little eyes that I did originally. Actually, I'll say as little. For now, I'm just saving it all in the lamb files. Um, I will come back and I will actually make a file folder for the goat if this is something that I end up making more than once. So now I have it saved with the little short eyes and one saved with a long eye, just in case I want to go and like actually use that eye. Okay. Time to embroider now. Okay. So I'm going to go back to my table, to the fuzzy boy. Embroidery stick comes out. Thomas gets on. Okay. So for the face, for the embroidery, I need a piece of fabric that's at least this big, but I am going to cut it slightly larger so that I can, if it's not perfectly centered, I can come back and recenter it. I don't need my body part anymore because I have finished the body. He is very fluffy. Okay, let's remove you, put you over here, out of the way. You sit over there, Mr. Lamb, or Mr. Goat. Mr. Goat. Okay. There we go. Face. I'm going to cut this out extra wide because I need to be able to center it. If the face is not directly centered, I need to be able to come back and move it around. Okay. Okay, fur move out of the way. Ugh, again. Okay, so that's going to be. Oh, wait, that got purpose stuck in my pattern. That is in. Okay, so that's going to be where the face goes. Right there. And I need to get as much of this fur out of the way as possible when I'm making the face. Because I want him to be as fuzzy and furry as possible. I guess I'm going to just have to push it up and hope that it doesn't get caught under the embroidery. Ew. So that's where it needs to be pushed away from. Okay. I already have stabilizer cut. I believe this is the right size one. Woo! Please don't fall. Here's my hoop. Yep, that stabilizer size will work. Okay, my magnets. Do not stick. Ah! Stick to everything. Okay. We're going back to the magnet storage. Okay. There's my center point. There's my center point. So more or less, the lamb is going to be right there. Or the goat. The other lamb. That's what I need to cover with my fur. Oh, that is plenty big enough. Okay, good. And more magnets. I just want to keep all this fur down in place. Okay. We're going to have to see how well my embroidery hoop tolerates this. This might be a case of I have to put a stabilizer down on top of it even before I put down the gray fur. Ooh. Yeah, I think I might have to. I have some pieces that are already half used though. Because like the whole purpose of this is going to be just to hold things down. So if it has little holes already in it, that should be okay. As long as it's holding down most of it. So I am going to flatten this fur even before I find out where the face needs to be. No, actually, no, I think I can use that part right there for the actual face embroidery. So I think I'm going to move over to this part. This was the cat that I made. I used the stabilizer for the cat. Okay. Okay. That should hopefully hold most of everything down. So I'm going to take that over to Thomas. And we can get him all set up. He needs to do some wiggles because he just woke up. Good job on the wiggles. File folder, open my USB drive. Goat face. My hoop is going to be 4150 metal hoop. Wiggles. Connect. Couple more wiggles. You too need wiggles when you wake up. Yeah, same. Okay, and it immediately starts right in the gap of the stabilizer. You know what? That's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna be able to see black thread on black. That's not gonna work. So I think you're gonna use white because this is gonna end up underneath my stitches. So I don't think anybody's ever gonna see this. It should be fine. And I'm gonna slow you down. You need to go slowest speed and do some stitches. Stop. Stop having problems. You know? What was that noise? Okay. The wiggles. Okay. I think that held things down properly. Oh, there's all of this fur that just will get chewed up and eaten. Okay, cut your thread. I'm gonna take you out and we're gonna go back to the table to see what's going on now. Let's see how all that works. Okay. Come on, tear away. Oh, that didn't tear away very nicely. Okay. So I'm hoping what will happen is if I'm embroidering like this, all this fur is up and out of the way. Then when it's all done, the fur can come back down kind of over the face and make him look all sorts of fluffy. Ah, yep. But this is also, I think, too much fur to go underneath the face. So I'm going to do the same thing that I do on the lamb. And that is trim away everything that's going to be underneath there. I'm not going to be as like cutting down to the base on this as I am on the Sherpa because I don't know how this is going to react to losing its fur. Give it the world's worst haircut. Yeah, sheep gets sheared. Yes. His goat's just too fuzzy though. He needs a little shearing. Not a very high quality one though. There we go. Okay. So that hopefully just gets rid of some of the bulk because I'm putting another piece of fabric on top of this and then embroidering on that fabric. So sticking to everything, you stupid magnets. Oh my goodness. Okay. So that face is a little less fuzzy. I have no idea how well the camera is picking this all up. Uh, woo! There we go. That's better. So I took care of all that fuzz, got rid of it. Woo! Woo, camera. You got this? Camera. Really just needs to be all black for it to react well. Oh, there we go. That makes it look gray. Well, it is actually black, but yeah. Yeah, nope, this room's gonna be so fuzzy, which is a problem because I'm doing resin hopefully this weekend. I was gonna do it last weekend, but then we got a friend requested that we be at their house over the weekend to receive a delivery because they were out of state. And so I did not end up doing any resin stuff. Instead, I ended up petting their cat a lot. Okay, so there's my face. Oh my goodness, it's so fuzzy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like vacuum several times, get all this dust out of the room, all this fuzzums and dusts. Where is my extra face of fabric? The face. Okay, I'm using the exact same piece of fabric that I used for the lamb face for the goat face now, because I did not actually change the outline on this at all. You can demand that we come over. You do have two cats. They only had one this past weekend. I only got to pet one cat, but she is an absolute cutie, so it was okay. She made up for it for only being one cat. You guys live a little bit further away from us, though. Okay, yeah, just stick there. Fine. Stick on the magnet. It's great. That's exactly where I wanted you. So my plans this weekend are there is a little 3-day convention. Maybe well, I think it starts Friday evening and it ends Sunday morning, kind of thing. Uh, in the area that I was considering applying for to see if I could sell my plushies there. But from looking at them online, it looks like they're not so much like a fandom convention. They are more of like comic book collectors convention. Which may not be my scene because plushies and comic books have very little in common. But this same convention they have one in March, and I think the other one was like in September or like the fall. So I was planning on going there, buying a 1-day pass, and just looking through the artist alley that they have, see the kind of people who are selling there, and if they do have plushie sellers, just kind of stalking them out and see like how interested are the people who are coming in the actual like similar things to what I make. And then if it's feasible, I will apply for the fall version of the convention. Oh my god, that is so much fur. Um, or if not, then I haven't wasted $175 application fee. So I'm going to the convention probably on Saturday at some point just to kind of look at things there and then come back. But other than that, I'm gonna try and get some of my resin stuff done because the closest I've gotten is I glued some things together that need to be glued, and that's it. That's all I've touched on the resin in like a month. And I was really hoping to have all of those things done before March. Max will sleep on me. I accept. Ow! I just kicked the table. I don't want white for this part. This part. Burn up my nose. Oh my goodness. This one I want gray for. Gray thread. There we go. Okay. Right, yes, this is my tack down stitch. So you're gonna just go around, you're gonna stitch. And now it's just waiting game. Okay. I'm gonna go around the face here with gray as well, just like on the lamp. I was contemplating doing it in black because then it would match the fur, but I think I want to do it in gray so that it matches like the lamb's embroidery. Not that like I'm expecting these two to sell as a pair because they are very expensive and I don't think people will be buying more than one. Um, but just for my own personal makes me feel good. I think I'm going to make the embroidery gray around the edges just to match what I did with the lamb. Weird little bump to have there. Put that down. Okay. That's good there. Trim your thread. Very good. Now we're going to come back to table. Here, I'll just put the pins on the magnet since that's where they want to be anyways. Whoops. A little bit of the fur got caught underneath the gray there. That's cool. Okay. Now to trim around the edges. This is easy enough on the Sherpa because the Sherpa stays out of the way. I don't think it's going to be that easy. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Yeah, the fur is already sticking to the underside of the mink. That's cool. That's exactly what I want. Please stop. Please stop. Don't do that. I don't want to cut. Stop. Stop. Okay. I definitely feel like this goat is going to be more expensive than the lamb just based on the time it's taking me to do the same things. Ah. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should have left that stabilizer on the fur and then put down the gray on top of that. Well, I'll know for next time. That'll be the next thing I try. Ah, fur. Holy shit. Stop touching everything. I do like how the fuzziness is turning out. Like, that's a good amount of fur sticking up from the edges there. I like that. I just wish it would stop sticking to the minky. Ah, I cut some of the fur. Whoops. Okay. There's my goat face. Holy cow, that took a lot of extra time to cut that I wasn't expecting. Okay. And they even missed some over here. Let's get rid of that. Ah. I feel like I need a brush. Where's my brush? Okay. So hopefully that's as much out from underneath the gray as possible. Now I stabilize it. Yes, and that piece is big enough. Very cool. I am going to have to pin it in place because it is not big enough to go all the way to the edges. It is big enough to cover the face, though. So that's really what I care about. Okay. There we go. There's the face. Hopefully held down on all sides so that the fur does not get in the way. Back to the embroidery machine. Ugh. underneath, reconnect, and oh, I messed this up. Well, I made the eyeballs, but I didn't put white in the eyeballs. The eyeballs are going to be gray. Ah. Okay, well, I can't do that part. Yes, return to embroidery. I'm not taking your hoop off. Just sit there. I need to put white on the eyeballs. Will I ever do cryptid plushies? I could. There is someone who makes these really, really cute Mothmans, and I think the Mothman pattern is also available for sale. So I wouldn't even have to make that pattern. We're going back to my computer. Plushie. The lamb. There we go. Okay. Yep, I totally forgot to put white underneath the eyeballs. They're blank. That shouldn't be too difficult though, because I'm basically going to take that circle, I'm going to copy and paste it right in place, and I'm going to turn it into a fill stitch and add white. Then I'm going to do the same thing for this one. Copy that circle, paste it right in place, turn it into a fill stitch, and turn it white. There's my two eyeballs. Now I'm them here. So I'll do my white eyes, and then it will do everything there to have that one before. And it goes there, and then here, and then it goes there. I should also put everything in order, shouldn't I? So here, yep, you're going to start and end there. Let me have you start here because the last one ends right here. So I want the next one to start nice and close by. Now end there, jump to here and there. Maybe I want you to do this circle first and the mouth. And okay. After this one, you'll end right here and you'll start right there. Your end be right here. Means you can start end of that mouth, or yeah, the end of that mouth, and you end at this end of the mouth. And this eyeball will come start right there. Where do you go after this? Go right to this. Oh, okay. Yep, you're going to this eyebrow. Sure, you can go that eyebrow. We'll end right there so that you jump across to right here. Start and end right there. Jump to this one. Start and end at that end there. And jump to here. I want you to start here and end right there. Start here and end right there. Okay, cool. Save you, and we'll export. Save you. Drive. I could pretty easily make a Yeti or a Bigfoot with the exact same pattern as the lamb if I just like made a Yeti face for him. Like that would not be difficult at all. Okay, face made, jacked. Now we come back to the embroidery machine. Ah. Go into our files. This one should have the white in the eyeballs. We're going to do our wiggles. We're going to be happy about it. Okay, now we're doing our gray outline. Then we will do the white of the eyes. Okay. All fixed. Okay. So I'm going to just leave Thomas to do Thomas's thing. Him's doing that work. Uh, that's. Hang on, because. Oh no, I'm going to need a little bit more of this black if I'm doing the head tuft. But I'm not making the head tuft until I've stuffed the head and seen how it looks. So I have the back of the head, I have the body. I have to put the little feet on the legs there. The arms are done. They just need to be like tucked inside the little holes. And that, well, stuffed, tucked inside, and then hand sewed in place. So they are done. The little leggies, I do need to cut those circle shapes for them. Did I sew through that one's leg? No, I just can't find it with my finger. Okay. Right there. Okay. So I got the little leg holes. But I do need to cut them wider before the legs will attach to them. The bottom of the legs need to be pinned on. Let's see. This is the inside of the leg, so the arrow goes there. The leg to make sure it fits. Because these are so small, they get pinned really, really well all the way around, both from the top and bottom side. Okay. There's one little leg, all held together with pins. This is the down to the inside. This is my top. Oops, nope, those are my yellow pins. Those were actually for the bats that I never did the bats on. Oh, this goat's gonna be fun to try and take pictures of for my store too. Oof. Oh, I am bad at taking pictures even in the best of conditions. This much black fur, that's gonna be tough. Okay, there's my little legs. Let's see. Thomas is still working. He is almost done. He is 3/4 done with that. So, do I want to start sewing these legs? I mean, yeah. The only thing he's gonna need is a change of thread color. Oh, okay. So, embroidery and sewing machine. And I still have black fur everywhere. Oh my goodness. I just got rid of all of the maroon fuzzies from the bats yesterday. Uh, I do need my pokey stick. Don't do that. Okay, there. All right. Good. Good. There's one leg. I think I got it all the way around. That looks good. No, Thomas, you have terrible timing. Okay. That was all of the gray I need. Stop tangling. Oh my god. I'm gonna put my gray away before it gets even more tangled. Holy cow. Stop. Ah. I got a really fun glow in the dark thread so that I could make some of my snakes that have glow in the dark embroidery on them. I wonder if I could do the lamb eyes as glow in the dark embroidery. That would look cool. Okay. Okay, now I can go back to this. Fluffies. Fluffies. Nice. Yay, the feets. Um, so the little arms and legs are hand sewn in. Guess I don't really need this quite yet. I can move that away. Arms and legs get hand sewn in. I have to wait for the face so I can cut it and make the front of the face before I sew it to the back of the face. I need ears and horns. So I'm going to pull out the pattern pieces I'm deciding I don't need to keep. Which was those guys there. And do I have any scrap paper? I do. Okay. We're going to use what was part of a dragon pattern that failed. And horns. And just trace this out. This is actually too large for the horns. I traced it the wrong way. But it gives me a good indication of like where things might ought to be. You want to do something like that? I think I'm going to try that for my first horn, which is very tiny because I'm on the tiny screen. I'm going to make that shape there, I think, for the horn. And then for the ear, the goat's ear points down, unlike the lamb's. And it's also almost like folded over itself. The goat's ear goes down at like a little sharp bend. Let me pull this one off the tape. Because it also has like here. Okay, so it has like the underside here, but then it also had what looked to be like it almost folded over in half, like that, but like to there. So it's a little bit off, but it folds over most of the way. So I think I'm gonna try and do this the same way that I did the lamb ear. Is actually this is the ear right here, this part down. This triangle up top actually folds over like that to give it that little ear shape. I think I'm going to try to do the same thing with this one. Although the curve that I drew on top won't work because whenever you fold it in half, you get a straight line, not a curved line there. That's just how folds work. But this will at least give me a bit of that look. Ooh, I wonder if I could give it the curve at the bottom instead then. Let me try that. And I'm going to put that right there, kind of. Oh, let me trim you down the right shape and size. Okay. So I added a curve along the bottom of the ear. I think that will be cool. Means ruler, straight line from there to there. And a straight line from here to there. Yeah, like that. Oh, that is a fun shape. I need tape drawer. Okay. Whoops. Well, don't tip you down that way. So there's my ear. Basic shape of the ear there. I'm going to fold it down on that line. I can get rid of the extra paper behind there, actually. Just temporarily remove that. The side here is going to be the same. Trim that away. And then here, I think I want it come around in another curve. Okay, let me tape that up on the back, refold it, and see if I like that ear. Ooh. Glad where you're Thomas, where you sound weird. Why are you being weird, sir? You still good? Hi. Hi. So that is what I think I'm going to do for the ear. Very pointy. Matches the ear in the game. The only difference with my ear and the ear that I've made now is the top part here is going to be straight across on my ear, whereas in the game it's got kind of like this arch to it, like that kind of a curve. I don't want to do that because in order to put a curve on a top of an ear fold, you need to make it in multiple pieces, and I don't want to do that. I want to make this ear in 2 pieces, not 4. Okay, there we go there. Hi, Pick. Why the hi? Did I miss something? Did somebody come in? Okay, so I have an ear and the potential horn. Oh, I didn't say hi to anybody else. I asked Thomas why he was misbehaving. He was sounding weird. Yeah, the only person who would be coming in is, well, unless somebody like storms the house and they're not supposed to be here. Uh, the only person who'd be coming in is Mr. Moose, and he works late tonight, so he won't be home until like 5 hours from now. Maybe 4.5 hours. So nope, it's just me and my plushies here today. I think that horn's gonna work as well. Here, if I swap to off what I'm doing. There we go. So I've got my little horn, big horn technically. So that line there in the horn, that's where the lamb's horn would be. So this one is going to be big. And I've got my ear that hopefully will fold in half. And because I am cutting it so extremely, I'm basically going to have to do the fur direction to the point of the ear, not down or anything like I do the other lamb. So this one's going to be ear. This is goat ear test 1. We're gonna hope that works. This is goat horn test 1. I'm gonna get a little drink for a second. I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours now, so I'm gonna actually swap out my microphone, make sure it doesn't die on me. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Ad break. Is it running? My computer says there's not supposed to be another ad going for 11 minutes. Oh, okay. No, that's the moose shut up button. The moose, I can't hear you. Something important is happening. And you're not paying attention to the ads. I didn't know what else to call it. Oh, Thomas, where are you up to? Empty bobbin. That's okay. I can refill a bobbin. I do want you to stitch to the edge of the row though. A little bit more. Okay, okay, trim. Cool beans. We're gonna move you back some. Yeah, that looks good. You trim. I think I already did that, but whatever. We'll do that again for you, and then pull you out because you are gonna need a new bobbin. Yes, you do. Okay. I'm actually going to fill the bobbin on Bernard because Bernard is better at bobbins. Oop. Bernard. Okay. Put you back in there. Put the goat face back in. And Thomas can get back to work. Okay, there we go. Okay. I've got the horn and the ear. The ear is going to be the same gray as the body. Let me pull that out. Is that this one here? Yes, it is charcoal. Okay. There we go. Oof, I'm running low on charcoal. Let me move that little guy's body over. Whoop. Let me see. I am going to only make one ear to start off with, because if the ear doesn't work out, I don't want to have two of them. I just want the one. Uh Marker, where are you? Okay. And this is on the cutting line, so I'm leaving a little extra space around it, or on the sewing line. There's no seam allowance on this pattern, so I'm going to sew right on those lines there and then cut it right on that line. Let me leave a little space there. Okay. Let me pin those. Thomas is done with white. Okay. Ears there. Let me swap Thomas to black, which should be the rest of his embroidery. It's just white and black. The lamb, I have to go back and forth from white to black to white again because the white pupils go on top of the black thread, and the black uh, irises, yeah, the black irises go on top of the white eyeballs. So it has to be white eyeballs first, then the black irises, and then the white pupils. This one, it doesn't have any black and white in the eyes. It's just all solid white for whatever reason. And there we go. Okay, so he's going to just continue stitching, hopefully without any errors. And now it is ear time. I'm going to go sew that up. And let's see how the ear works. Right, I've got bobbin thread on my machine. Can't do that. And I think I still have black bobbin thread, so I should change that as well. Yep, I've got black in there, so I'm going to swap that out to gray. I noticed that I had black when I stitched up the feet. There was black underneath them. I do try and match my colors as much as possible, just because if there's any stitches visible through there, I want it to be hidden in the same color as the fabric. But I messed that one up. So I just am going to leave it as is. Hit that pin. Come on. And that is why you don't sew over your pins. I say as I pull out all the other pins I just sewed over. Okay. Okay, there's my ear. And the smaller part is what folds over. I had to check and make sure because I messed that one up. Okay, forgotten already. Cool, cool, cool. I think I like it. I do wish this edge was a little rounder, but I don't think it I don't think it's so bad that I'm actually going to fix it. At least not for this lamb or this goat. This goat's just becoming an honorary lamb. I mean, that's kind of how it plays when you're in single player, right? You just replace your lamb with goat, and all of your little followers are just like, yes, you're the same person now. Okay. I think I like it. It's going to be like big and open. Very triangular. But I think I like that as the ear there. Okay, so I'm going to make a second one. From, I guess, the same part of the fabric. No goats, only moose. Yeah, I've joined like 7 or 8 different cults now on Twitch, just random people playing the game. I'll join their cults, and on every single one, I have picked the little like deer slash moose follower. I think when the game first started, there was only a deer follower, but now there's an actual moose, and I've picked that one. And in every single game except for one of them, I have died like terribly. Like the little ritual slap fight that they have and everything, or like just keeled over dead from like eating bad foods or whatever it was. Like it just they walked over and it was just like my body was there. It's like, oh, I'm dead again. I have never survived a single cult. Nope, I have never gotten to old age. Well, one cult I got to old age, I think. I don't know. I didn't follow that one all the way through. They didn't keep playing the game. Um, like they finished the game and they were done, and then they streamed something else now. Um, but in that one, I did survive to the end of the game without dying, so that was cool. But yeah, in like every single cult, I die terribly. Such is my fate. I'm not a very good cultist. Why do these not line up? What did I do? Oh, I cut the same one. Well, I have an extra ear now for my next goat. Let me see. I have this one. I need to flip it. Okay, let's try that. Yes, life is so tough when you are but a large moose animal. Just trying to be the best cultist you can. Did I cut down to the line on this one? Not really. I'm a little off from the line. That's fine. Okay. That you're back. Okay. And I sew these two bottom ones. Okay, good. Got it. Ah, Thomas is making the eyebrows. Okay, there's ear number two. Ah, okay, thank you. That's the top of the ear. That's the top of that ear. Okay, there's my ears. Very nice. Okay. How is that eyeball going? Oh, the eyeball actually turned out nice. Okay. I was worried about the satin stitch on that pupil, but it actually looks very nice. Okay. Very cool. Okay. I am done with my charcoal. Woo! As it unfolds itself entirely. Come on. Oops. Yellow pins. Go. The name tag goes on. Okay. Charcoal goes away. Good. Now for the lamb, I use ginger for the horn. Pretty sure I use ginger. Yeah, that looks right. I think I use ginger. Oh, the face is done. Thank you. The face. Ick. Little bits. Come on. Okay, I'm probably going to have to wash this out because there are little bits of water soluble stabilizer still caught underneath it. Remove my ginger out of the way. Put the ears on the body there. Ear pattern I'm going to go put with the of my pattern pieces because I've decided I like it. He is super angry. Look at those angry little eyebrows there. I don't know why the default face for the goat is just grumpy, but he's so grumpy. Okay, and he is fluffy. That is one very, very fluffy goat. Camera, do not acknowledge the angry goat. Oh, angry. Okay, so he's looking good. I don't think there are any faults in the embroidery there. Very cool. Magnets can come up now. And they can go back away to the magnet storage place. That's the last embroidery I have for him for today. I still have to embroider the crown and the cape, but I need to wait for purple fabric to do that. So today I'm making a naked goat. Okay. I'm going to snip my little threads. Technically not the best thing to do. You should leave these threads together so that they hold all the embroidery in place. But I intentionally designed my embroideries a little bit heavy so that they should hold in place anyways. And that way I can tear away this stabilizer paper without having to like cut it away from those threads. There we go. Now I have that, but I think I actually want to use the one that has the hole cut in the center to make it easier to see where the face needs to go. So let me pull that one out. Yep. And that's great because that is the exact same face shape and size as the what marker am I using? There we go. As the lamb. So that's fantastic there. Ooh. Ugh. Well, it is easier to trace on this than it is on the Sherpa, but it is not as easy to cut it out. There we go. Nice. Because on the Sherpa, I would just go and cut through. I can't do that on the fur because the fur is longer and it will uh, create little tiny short bits of fur right around each of the seams where it's like very obviously shorter than the rest of the fur. So I need to just go through and cut just basically the back. Come on. Ah, there you go. Ugh. Yeah, stretch that top edge. That's not great. Now, how can you turn him into a bat? No! No batification allowed. This man stays a goat. Okay, there he is. This is the back of his head. I'm going to put the ears on the back of his head. So they're going to be facing backwards. Oh, fascinating. Some of the ink did leak through. There's a little bronze spot on his fur. Ugh. That's my dead marker, too. It should be leaving nothing behind. Intentionally picked the ones that were dying and dead. I need my little clips. Woo. Okay. So there we go. And then this one goes on this side. Ow! Stab myself. Oh. Okay. Back of the head now has the ears because they get sewn right into the seams, and I can do that on machine. Yeah. Front of the head needs his darts sewn shut. Okay. And I am actually getting hungry, so I'm going to go grab a snack real quick, like 2 seconds. Um, yeah. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Let me pause my timer, and I'll be right back with a snack. Snack acquired. Okay. I'm going to stitch down the ears before I attach the front and back of the head. Um, yeah, probably. Because I have to come back over and clip everything together. Where did my extra clips go? There's my clips. Today's snack is many numerous baby carrots. Because I made stew and now I have a lot of extra carrots. Okay. I did switch to gray for the ears, so I have to go back to black now. What are you doing? Okay, don't do that. Black. Okay. For the edge of the ears, I think I want to put the stabilizer underneath. Mm, no, I actually want to have, I think, this up. So I don't need the stabilizer because Minky's underneath. But I want to sew from the top down. Okay, let me start on this ear. Let's see how well this goes. Ah, okay. Put you there. Be a longer stitch because you're just holding things in place. You don't want to stitch it all, really. Sir. Okay. Well, it didn't go well, but it goed. and that's what counts. And he also got some of his fur caught there. Don't do that. We don't want fur in those stitches. We want fur outside the stitches, nice and fuzzy. Thank you. Carrots. Okay. Let go. Whew. Okay. I think that's going to hold the ears in place. And I didn't catch any of the fur that time. Always a good goal. Okay. Now for this, I do need the stabilizer underneath. I want my stitches to be nice and short. Okay. Second dart. Oh my gosh, this fur is so annoying. Ugh. Really hope nobody likes this guy. Ah, not sew it down over the foot. No. Okay, 3 down. Last one. Ah, look how this fur is just coming off. Oh my gosh. Too much fur. Okay. Ah, face. Okay, taking those back to table. Ah. Somehow the back of the face is slightly larger than the front of the face? Gonna have to stretch that as I sew. I think the front of the face is also going to be wider across because I accidentally stretched that top part there as I was taking it apart, peeling the extra bits off. I'm gonna have to fiddle around with that. Gosh, stop sticking to everything for, oh my gosh. Uh, mm, that ear might be problematic as I sew through it, so I might replace my clips with pins. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Center top looks to be right about there. The bottom is probably going to be the hardest bit to pin together or clip together just because all of the fur points downwards. So here or along the sides, it like wants to be where I'm pushing it to. Along the bottom edge, it's going to want to not be where I'm pushing it to. It's all going to want to stick out. So I'm going to have to be a little bit more pushy, I guess, with it. Oh, go in. Yes, please. Inside. That corner is going to be troublesome. Might just have to count that good as is, and we're going to lose a little bit of fur in that corner. Same on this corner. I'm probably going to lose a little bit of that fur. just because that's where the dart is. So I'm already like sewing it together. It's already kind of smushing up against the other fur. Come on. Oh, you're so fuzzy. Come on. Got it. Okay. Ugh. Does not matter that there's fur coming out of the center here because that's not where I am sewing, but that's also a pretty good indication of the length of the fur. My goodness. That's kind of fun. Okay. Oh, I got fur up my nose. Okay, let's see how well this ear behaves. Not well. Ah, the top part behaved very well. Stop it. Ah, and that's where I'm gonna tuck a little bit more in. Okay, around the bend there. Okay. Ah, let me flip that over. I think I got all the edges. They are not very smooth though. Like I have definitely sewn better. Oof. That is rough. Okay. Okay, enjoy your lurk. Oh wow. Well, that's less than great. One of the ears ended up right where it was supposed to, the other one is not. So that's interesting. Like, that ear's perfect. What happened to this one? Wow. That ear is wildly off. Huh. That's crazy. Look what happened to those ears. That's not good. That's terrible. Those ears should be laying right immediately on top of each other. They are not. What the heck? Okay, so let's see if this is something I can fix. Probably not, because this fabric is horrific. Huh. On the inside, they are actually aligned. Fascinating. I think it's just the angle. Like, the angle of this ear is just more sharp, so I need to pull it down a little bit through here. Let me see if I can pull those stitches out. If not, this is going to end up being a off-stream project to fix. Oh, because those stitches are so small and black. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get them out easily. Nope, see, that's fabric, not stitch. That right there is a stitch. But can I get it? Not really. Okay, I think that's going to end up being an off-stream project, seeing if I can fix the ear there. Huh. Because that ear is wild. Well, let me stuff it and see. I'm going to pause where I am right now. Temporarily pause. But I just want to see how the two ears turn out once they have been stuffed. No, they still look like they're off. Hmm. I wonder if I can just pull that one down because they're actually attached at the same point. Like at the top, they're in the same point. This one just comes down at a sharp angle and this one sticks out. So I might need to, let's see, can I pin him in place? And I bring you down like here. That's slightly better. So maybe instead of picking the seam out, what I will do is just tack down the edge of this ear farther into the fur so that it looks like he's sewn right there. So that it matches this one. And then for next time, if I make this guy again, I'm gonna have to know that like, oof, those ears really need to be aligned. Okay, well, I'll temporarily leave him stuffed. He's looking good there. Uh, I guess I'm still paused on this part. I'm just putting him a little bit of stuffing in the body there. I give him some form. He is so round. That is wonderful. Ow, and I immediately stab myself. Okay. So I'm going to put him up in the corner. I need to make the horns. Oh no. I used ginger on the lamb, but I think the horns are actually a little bit grayer. No, they might be the same color. Hmm. Yeah, they might be the same color as the lambs. Hmm. Or close enough that shouldn't really matter. I'm just trying to find the little Sprite dude. Yeah, they're about the same color. They are darker than the ginger I use. But I do like the ginger in the way that it looks. Mm. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Trying to find if I had written down what colors I actually used anywhere. I did not. I wrote down that I used charcoal gray. That's cool, but not what actual color I used. Okay, so I've got the tuft, a little bit of stuffing in it. I think oof, that is fluffy. I don't know if I like that. No, I'm gonna take the stuffing out of it. I think it has to be flat. Unlike the tuft on the top of the lamb's head, I think this one needs to be a flat attachment. Let me see. Those pins back out. Where'd that pin go? Ah, hmm. Ah, don't do that. Maybe a little bit of stuffing just to give it a little bit of body up top. I want to be able to stuff the top part of it to give it a little bit of shape, but then the two V shapes need to stay unstuffed. Yeah, something like that. He is super shaggy. My goodness. Okay. Something like that. Let me pin down these sides here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So, ooh, camera, focus on the black. He's got a little bit of a colic looking thing. Sticks down over his face. You can still see his face underneath them though. Under his little bangs there. I think I keep stabbing myself with that pin in his ear there. He is super, super shaggy. Um Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna put his hair on like that, his little bang tuft over his eyes a little bit. Maybe I'll move that one up a bit. Mm, okay. Pins come out on this side again. Move you up there. Yeah. Okay. I think attaching all of this is going to be by feel more than by sight. Okay, so I've got the little goat right there. That was a little over 3 hours of work. However, I did not sew his hands together or his legs together today. That was done prior to this. So I'm going to say it's probably an extra 15-ish minutes there. So 3.5 hours of work to get him to this point. This is none of the actual hand sewing that goes into these guys. So, oof, that's going to be a lot of work still. But I think I'm going to leave him as he is for today. It is almost 7 o'clock here. That is 5.5 hour stream. Not as long as I had wanted, but I also spent 2 hours ish this morning trying to get my cameras to behave again. So I think I'm going to call it at 5.5 hours. Let me see who I can raid. It's all on fire is making something. Let's see. That Nugget Chaw is making bears. That's who I was hearing earlier. Hmm. Okay. Anybody else doing fun sewing things? Oh, I'm going to see if we can then raid somebody who's making bears. Okay. Well, that's it for my stream today. Thank you for stopping by. Let me bring that up here. Okay. Okay, so I am done streaming for today. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. My tasks for tomorrow are going to be finishing up this goat, probably hand sewing some bits there. I might as well work on some of the bats that I hadn't finished. I've got them all in bits. The other thing that I would like to do is make some more of these kitty guys. See how quickly I can make them. So I've just got little fishy cute kitty guys. I really like them, so I want to make a couple more of them, see how fast I can actually make them, figure out what the price would be. Thank you. The goat is being a pain. I'm ending here on this because I'm at the point where I need to hand sew everything together. So I'm going to not do that right now. This will be tomorrow's project as well as some kitty balls probably. Um, and I think we're going to raid into someone who is currently making stuffed animals as well. It looks like she's making bears. Nugget. Yeah, I'm gonna raid into somebody else who's making bears. Thank you everybody for stopping by. I will be back to stream tomorrow as long as my technology behaves. And I will be finishing up the same things I did today, but the finishing touches, not the beginning touches. So let's see. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you guys. And we're gonna go see that Nugget Shaw. Nugget is making stuffed animals, little bears. So thank you everybody for stopping by. I hope you have a great rest of your day and or night or whatever time zone you're in. And I will see you when I see you again. Okay, bye guys.